Good morning and welcome to Brainerd International Raceway for the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. Today is the start of brake and slalom tests here at our dynamic scrutineering. We are still getting those set up. In the meantime, we are seeing the car number 30 from Delft Solar Team in the Netherlands. They are working on the figure 8 test, which is a prereq for the slalom and brake test. You can see one of the unique features of their car, which is that it has fins on both sides. We have two cars here with fins. Both are European teams. Delft here from the Netherlands and Inoptis from Belgium. And they use these fins for stability in crosswinds and apparently during figure 8, as well as to catch the wind if there's favorable conditions to help propel their solar car along the route. So while they're still setting up our wet braking and slalom, we'll keep an eye on Delft here. Hopefully they can get through this and be ready to start slalom as soon as that opens. I want to thank you all for joining us today, as well as for cheering on your solar car teams from home. This is our first year at Brainerd International Raceway. We're getting a little bit of a late start this morning because we did the track tour this morning. It took a little bit longer than planned, getting all 39 teams lined up and through the track for 2 laps. You can see right here the Delft team just hit a couple of cones. So on the figure 8, this is more of a test of the car, whereas the brake tests and slalom test both the car and the driver. So in this case, the driver needs to get down to 16 total seconds for the figure 8, and that's 8 seconds per side as well. So both requirements, 16 total and 8 for each half. And they need to do so without hitting any cones. And so typically they start slowly and speed up till they get there. All the while our staff of inspectors are listening to the car, make sure nothing sounds too concerning, make sure the car doesn't rub on the ground, and everything like that is required to pass the figure 8. We had a little bit of rain yesterday, but we got nice sunny days today, and that's what we're looking at for the next couple of days of Formula Sun Grand Prix. Out in the distance, you can see the cars lined up, waiting to start braking and slalom. We got a number of cars out here. I can see App State, Western Michigan, Stanford, Georgia Tech. I believe ETS is around somewhere as well. There's a handful of others just outside the dynamics area, and will be joining us as soon as the brake and slalom are open, hopefully.
Looks like you've got a line of people planning to do the slalom.
Yeah, we do have another line behind the camera, just pointed out to me, with a few teams ready for slalom. ETS is there, Florida Poly is there, and I'm trying to see who the third team is.
Looks like, let me take a look for you. the order for you. ETS, UC Bark.
Alright, it does look like they're going to get started with slalom here. See ETS lining up first, followed by Cal-Sol from Berkeley, Florida Poly, and UC Irvine. The ETS car is just doing a slow drive through here of the course, and then it looks like we'll get started for real. Now you can see the ETS car off to the right, looping back through. And the Delft car is trying again on the figure eight. I believe this Delft car is the first car we've seen here at the American Solar Challenge, or Formula Sun Grand Prix, that is running a three-wheel asymmetric catamaran like this. So they have two wheels on the right with the driver, and one wheel on the left with the battery on that side. Alright, we're going to get you a view into slalom now. We have our drone operator, Sonny, back. He's also our primary videographer. And looks like, who's going to be going first here? We're going to switch you over. So you can see the line of the solar cars. And it looks like UC Irvine is getting ready to go. So the slalom test is a test of the vehicle's dynamic stability, as well as the driver's control of the vehicle. And so each driver has to go through it and pass. If they pass easily on the first try, they may just have to do it once. If they're marginal or they fail a few times, we may need to see them pass a few more than one time. The slalom course is 126 meters long, and it has cones every 18 meters. So that ends up with 7 turns on your slalom. And you have to complete the entire thing in 11.5 seconds. So it looks like this is a bit of a practice run. Don't think this is quite fast enough to pass. But these are the first cars of the day, first drive of the day. Just doing a little bit of warm up. Bring the drone in for a battery swap, and we will get the overlay looking correct for you here. Teams are still doing a little bit of warm-up here, and the Delft team is still working on figuring out the figure eight here. All right, now they're moving again. Slowly working on getting up to speed. Throughout the day, the rest of our teams are still working on getting all of their static stations completed. They have a series of static inspections for their electrical systems, their battery, their mechanical systems, the driver safety part of the car, make sure the driver can get out of the car and can communicate with the outside of the car. It has enough water and everything, seat belts and everything like that. There's a body and sizing station that ensures the solar cars are the correct size, don't have too much solar array, have the correct signage and everything like that. And then they also have to go through stations to prepare for the American Solar Challenge, to prepare for the multi-occupant vehicles for metered charging, as well as an array testing station and a battery protection system station. And then they are cleared to come to Dynamics, at least once they have checked with all of those inspectors that there's no major safety issues. They may have a few things to clean up. They can go get those after Dynamics. So based on those cheers, it seems like they have completed the figure eight. And that means that Delft will be ready to start on slalom here. You can also see car number 24 on the left side of the screen, pulling into the Dynamics area here. They have one last check before they get on Dynamics, which we do out here, which is lights and vision. Specifically, we need to check the driver vision before they can do these dynamic tests. Eventually they need to get all of their lights checked as well. Those are not required for these tests. And also the horn gets checked at this station for minimum volume. Looks like the Delft team is actually going to go do their lights and vision right now. If you can see that in the distance a bit. We are going to get the drone back in the air here and take you over to slalom. Okay, so you can now see briefly the Berkeley solar car as they were finishing up that run. And it looks like Florida Poly will be the next one we see. There is the number 79 car from Florida Poly. Got one more car down here on the dynamics pad, which is the MIT car. They should be getting everything ready to get out here soon as well. Now it looks like we have a Canadian car from ETS, number 92, coming onto dynamics for the slalom. Sounds like that was just about a pass. The passing speed here is about 24.5 mile per hour average as the Berkeley car makes another pass. That was the number 95 car from UC Irvine, one of our newer teams. Good to see them out here right away as one of the first teams here at Dynamic Scrutineering. We always tell teams it's very important to get here as early as possible because this can take a while to get all your drivers through, and additionally it can get very busy. So the sooner you get out here, the quicker you can finish this. You can go button up any minor issues at the other stations afterwards and be ready to start on the track tomorrow morning. The first teams to get all green at all the stations will get the first pole position on the grid tomorrow morning. So nice advantage to get that, be able to start at the front of the pack, front of the picture, and everyone likes to start first. Looks like the Western Michigan car is on its way out here as well. And I'm looking to see who is ready to do slalom next. Looks like ETS may be doing a driver swap. UC Irvine potentially as well. And I'm not sure what Berkeley is doing. Florida Poly is heading back to their pit. So perhaps they have some issue to work on before they continue with the slalom. Kind of see all three cars there just waiting. And you're about to see the Western Michigan car, number 786, join them as well. All right, looks like Calsol is going to be the first in the group to head out for the next attempt. There they go. That was a little bit too slow, but that's okay. You get out here early, you get a few more tries. So they'll take their time to get up to speed here, get their drivers comfortable. Depending on how much testing time they had, how done their car was before getting here. I know some of these teams, this will be their driver's first real time in the car, but some of these teams have a lot more experience. One of those teams that has a lot more experience is ETS, who's going for another run here. They brought this car to World Solar Challenge last year in Australia and finished 9th in the world. And they got first place at FSGP 2 years ago with their previous car, and second place at the American Solar Challenge. So they'll be hoping to repeat their podium performance. So we got another car heading out here for slalom, which is our biggest car here, and the first MOV we will see, which is Georgia Tech, the only four-seater we've got this year in the competition. At the Formula Sun Grand Prix, the single occupant cars are ranked completely on laps completed, so most laps win. For the multi-occupant cars, they have a couple of factors. 50% of their score is laps completed, and the other 50% is an optimization score, which is person miles, so the number of people in the car on average times the number of miles or laps completed, divided by the amount of external energy they used, so non-solar power. That includes their battery at the start, which starts full, and any energy they take from the wall during the event. So they'll have a charging meter installed at Scrutineering, and that charging meter is tracking throughout the event how much charging they do from the wall, and that number goes into the score. All right, so here comes UC Irvine again. It's looking much faster than last time. Don't think that one was quite a pass, but much closer than last time. We now also have Stanford joining us. the number 16 car. That was the Western Michigan car going through. Looks like they caught a cone right at the start there. Now we have Cal Sol coming through, car number 6. And it looks like we will have Georgia Tech up next. This slalom course is definitely more difficult in these larger, heavier multi-occupant vehicles. They are required to do it with their maximum number of passengers. We may also require other configurations depending on the car. For example, in a previous year, one of our multi-occupant vehicles had some challenges if they had no passengers on the right side and only on the left. And because they're unable to complete slalom in that configuration, they were required to run with passengers on the right side at all time. So that's kind of the point of these tests, to make sure that the configuration the cars are running in is stable and that all the drivers can control the car. Especially once we get to braking, driver control will be a major factor. They need to not only stop in time, but also do it under control. And there we got our first glimpse of the Georgia Tech car, taking their first run through. It was a little bit slow, but first practice run for the car, and they will work on getting that up to speed. And here comes ETS again, I believe with a new driver. As you can probably guess, these narrower single occupant cars, the long narrow ones, have a much easier time with the slalom. They don't have to move as far laterally. And the wider, especially multi-occupant cars, have a lot more lateral force on the car from these tests. And here comes Stanford on their first run. This car placed second last year at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2025. If I switch you over to our other camera for a moment here, you can see the Waterloo car, number 24, working on the figure eight here. So they will want to get through this, and then they can join the other teams on the slalom. We'll get you back to the drone here, where we're seeing UC Irvine as they complete another run. And it looks like next up is the Western Michigan car. After hitting the cone on their first run, looks like the driver is just going to take a practice drive through here, get used to the course. This will be the third year this car has come from Western Michigan. In 2024, they competed at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2024 with the car for the first time. And they did get on the road for the Electrek American Solar Challenge, but unfortunately had to withdraw in stage one due to some motor issues. Last year they had some challenges get on the track, but ultimately did put in a lot of good laps on the second and third day. And it looks like they're out here day one for Dynamics. And if they can get through everything, they should be on the track day one this year. Okay. We are going to bring you over to the figure eight here. And yep, we have Waterloo here. We are getting a bigger line of cars ready to go here. Looks like Delft is still working on their lights and vision, but I see that Florida, number 5, the University of Florida, is rolling in right now, and it appears that Toronto is over there as well. Number 77 from the University of Toronto. And I see 2 more cars outside the fence. As soon as I can figure out who they are, I will let you know. From this vantage, you can see our figure eight course set up with the cones. And Waterloo drivers just getting some final instructions here. And it looks like they're going to start moving. And here they go. So they will start out slowly with staff listening. Oh, looks like they're actually going back to work on something instead. All right, we are going to switch back over to slalom. See the ETS car just off the bottom of the screen. And let's see, looks like Stanford's coming onto the slalom course. Hoping for quite a few more teams to get out here today. Teams will have the opportunity to continue working on brake and slalom tomorrow and into Wednesday. But we really want as many cars on the track tomorrow as possible as UC Irvine takes another go. And there we have the Florida Poly car coming onto your screen. And they have stopped for some reason. And here they go. And it looks like that was a few seconds too slow still, but they will work on getting that up. They did pass through this last year with this car, and they ended up placing third in the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2025. Their first podium finish in what was, I believe, their second competition. And good to see another new team all organized and ready to go out here on day one. We have Western Michigan taking another go. And we have another car joining the line here at Slalom, which is the number 57 car from Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville. This is the first time in quite a few years they've been back with a brand new car here. And their university will actually be the first stage point at the end of stage one during the Electrek American Solar Challenge here next week. And here comes Berkeley. This Berkeley car has achieved the fast lap at both the previous two Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix in 2025 and 2024. See if they can repeat that accomplishment here at a new track. And now we got Georgia Tech coming through. This is also, I believe, the third competition for this car from Georgia Tech. I understand they're working on a new one for next year. They're hoping for a good result in the last race with this car. They are the only 4-passenger car here, so they should be able to run up the person miles on other teams. Of course, the final result depends on how well they can do that efficiently. I see Go Aggies in the comments here. We actually have 2 Aggies here this year, Texas A&M and Utah State, so that hasn't been confusing at all. have a lot of overlapping names now with 39 teams. We have 2 cars with the same name. We have one team using a name that another team used previously. Just trying to keep everything straight as ETS finishes another successful run. I think ETS will be really pushing here for pole position. I think they feel really good about their chances here at the Formula Sun Grand Prix. And we are going to switch you back over to the other camera here.
Alright, I can't fly anymore.
And we will get, looks like brakes are getting set up here.
So we do allow ABS. There is a rule that if your car does not have ABS,
On the right side of your screen, you can see ETS and Florida Poly looping back from the slalom. If you just give us 1 second, we are going to work on getting the cameras reconfigured here for the brake testing, as well as another angle for the slalom. So I will be back in just 1 moment here. All right, you can see the sprinklers ahead of you getting set up for the brake testing, which is always done on wet pavement. And I believe ETS is the one team ready for that. But we're going to switch back to slalom while we wait for them to be ready. And we've got a view down the slalom course here. We have a few more teams that have joined slalom here. We have the team from Delft and MIT, as well as Florida.
All right, I'm out.
And that is the MIT car you're seeing. Looks like MIT turned around the wrong way, so they're gonna get that sorted out. Behind me, I've got the car number 88, which is Utah State, I believe, doing figure eight. Stanford looks like they're getting back in line here for slalom. And car number 77 from Toronto is still working on something, as well as Western Michigan. Let's see while they get MIT cleared off the course here. Hopefully we can get somebody else out here. Sounds like Utah State has just completed the figure eight, so they will be out on the slalom course shortly, hopefully. Got a question about the brake test criteria. So we have two factors that they have to meet. There is a deceleration, and there is a minimum speed at the start of that deceleration. So they have to be going fast enough for the test to count. And the deceleration requirement is 4.72 meters per second, and the speed is 30 miles per hour. Generally, that can be simplified. So if they're going 30 miles per hour, that roughly works out to 3 seconds to stop. So that's how we do the math on that. And on the brake test, each driver will be required to demonstrate that they can pass 2 out of 3 times. And after 3 attempts, if they haven't passed once, they'll be sent away to get better. Looks like we lost one of our cameras. Sorry about that. We will figure out what happened to that camera. In the meantime, you can see them getting the braking all nice and covered in water in the braking area. Solar car teams will accelerate from the far left side of the screen, and you'll see a staff member with a flag. They have the flag in 3 positions. Flag up means you're not going fast enough, keep accelerating. Flag horizontal means you met the 30-mile-per-hour requirement, which we have a radar gun to measure. And then when the flag drops, you have to start braking. And you have the time to meet the time requirement on that braking. Looks like MIT had some sort of mechanical issue during that attempt. So they are working to get the car off the track, or off the slalom course, which is also part of our track here. Perhaps the back straight between turns 9 and 10 here at Brainerd International Raceway. And we've got one more team heading out to the line at the slalom, which is App State, car number 828, and a brand new car this year called Autumn. And they are really looking to have a good year this year. This is the second 2-seater MOV that App State has built. Their first car that they raced was an old car from Iowa State that they got donated, which is a pretty common way we see teams starting, especially more in recent years. I'm not sure who here has a donated car this year. We have a lot of teams that are on their first car they've made themselves after racing a donated car in previous years. For example, the Texas A&M team was racing the car that I built when I was on the team at the University of Illinois last year, which was pretty fun to see that car still around. But this year they've got their own brand new car. We have one more car that has joined the group here for figure 8 and the first part of dynamics, which is the car number 22 from the University of Illinois. And you can see the ETS safety cart coming out with their fire extinguisher, first aid kit, and everything else they need. And I think that means that they're about to get started. All right, it looks like we're going to see our first brake attempt here momentarily. They've got the car all closed up for ETS and the radar gun ready, flag ready.
So where do you want it to try? Like, where's the limit? On this side of the white line. On the wet line. So, as long as you're on the wet pavement. On the wet.
And they're just getting explained too that the car does need to be on the wet part of the pavement for the brake test to count. And we've got the MIT car roll in, it seems, so the slalom line may get moving again. Okay, here we go. We've got the ETS car coming in. Flag up means keep accelerating. Flag horizontal means you're at speed, and flag drop means stop. I do not believe that was a pass. ETS driver just gave a little talking to here. Explained what they need to do to pass. One of the benefits of getting here early is that they have the time to do this. All right, that was another practice run, it looks like, for ETS. And I think we've got our camera issues sorted out here, and we will get you back to the slalom as well. We have 1, 2, 3, 11 cars in line for the slalom right now, which is Florida Poly, Stanford, Western Michigan, App State, Delft, MIT, SIUE, Georgia Tech, UC Irvine, Cal Sol, and Florida. All right, we just saw the end of AppState's first run. It appears that my camera tripod got taken to do the hold some of the timing equipment for the slalom after MIT ran it over. So that's what happened to our camera here. And here we have the Delft car coming through. And they've got both their fins up. So their car has two deployable fins, one in the, or both of them behind the driver on the right side with two different shapes. And they have one fin on the left side that has to be manually installed when it's used. They call that their sword fin. And here comes MIT. Let's hope they don't hit my tripod this time. I think they're going a little bit slower as a bit of a practice here. Seem to have lost the camera again. Every time MIT comes through, I don't think this one's their fault. All right, here comes UC Irvine with their first brake test attempt. And they're at speed. That was a pretty smooth stop. Question is, was it fast enough? Sounds like that was one pass, so they got to get that driver to do it again, and then they got to swap drivers. All right, here we have Cal Sol, car number 6 on their first break attempt. And they have reached speed. And that was a fairly smooth stop. Vehicle started spinning once a little bit, but that's okay as long as the driver stays in control. And let's see if we can get back over to slalom now. And you're going to see the App State car coming towards us here. This is a 2-seater MOV. You can see a little bit of sliding on the slalom there, but it sounds like that was a pass. Now we are going to see Florida. Florida lost a little bit of speed there at the end, so I believe that was a fail. Got asked if I could say pass or fail for all of them. I don't have all of the info here. Our people over with the flags, as well as our timing tent for the slaloms at the far end from where we can get the camera set up here. But I will do my best to figure out what's happening here. So here comes the Delft Solar team again. See that 3-wheel car. Dynamics are a little bit weird with the way it has to turn as it goes down the track here. But that looks like that was a pass. And here comes MIT again. Let's hope the camera makes it through this time. And that one looks like they lost a good amount of speed as they came through the second half. Looks like our next car here will be Florida Poly. See a little bit of body roll on that car as it goes through. And it looks like the next car will be SIUE, a 3-wheeled single occupant vehicle. They have a combination of 3- and 4-wheel in the single occupant class this year. Started allowing 3-wheel in 2024 again, after having banned them, I believe, in 2014. MOVs are still required to be 4-wheel. And here comes the SIUE car. That looked like a good run. And that was 11.57 seconds from SIUE. So just a marginal fail by 0.07 seconds. We will see if they can do it again faster, just a little bit faster. Now we got Stanford coming through. It'll be a little bit hard to tell on this car, but this is a four-wheel car. And that was 13.0 from Stanford. That will be a fail. Thank one of our photographers and our social media person here, Tara D'Souza, who is now texting me these results for you. If you hear some cheering off camera, that was UC Irvine, and one of their drivers has now passed the brake test. We've got Florida coming through on the slalom. That was 12.7 from Florida. Also just about a second too slow. And now we got the car number 30 from Delft. That was 11.64 from Delft, so also just marginally too slow. Looks like UC Irvine will go to a driver swap, perhaps. As MIT is doing another slalom. MIT in 12.1, but they hit a code, so it won't count. Sounds like UC Irvine actually got their last driver through braking just a moment ago and will be the first team all green, and they will start in P1 on the grid tomorrow morning. It's great to see a relatively new team getting through everything first. We showed up all ready, all prepared. Drivers apparently knew what they were doing and passed tests very quick. And now they got the rest of the day just to get ready for racing. Just saw Florida Poly go through the slalom as well. Waiting to get a number on them. Western Michigan is on their way back out to continue their slalom attempts. Florida Poly was 11.7 that time. Getting close, but not quite. Looks like Stanford will be next. I'm trying to see if we got any more new cars out here. It doesn't look like it. I see the Illinois car getting worked on. Looks like Toronto is closing up their car, so hopefully that means we'll see them soon. Oh, actually Texas A&M is out here now, so hopefully they are close to getting out here. Utah State is getting ready to do the acceleration test. which is a relatively new test at the event. I believe last year is the first time we had it. This is the first time in an ASC year. And this test is kind of a proxy for hill climbing. We do have some relatively steep hills as we go along the Great River Road this year at the American Solar Challenge. So we get into the driftless area in southeast Minnesota, southwest Wisconsin, and northeast Iowa. There'll be quite a few hills. I believe the steepest hill is just over a 9% grade and about a 500-foot climb, which to my knowledge is the steepest hill on an American Solar Challenge to date. And then there's several others in the 5 to 7% range, which is probably around what the steepest was before. Okay, actually SIUE is coming through next year. And that was 11.4, so that is a pass. And it appears Utah State has passed the acceleration test and is heading to the slalom line. Now we got Stanford coming through. A couple teams have left our slalom line. Looks like MIT and App State. It's possible they are doing driver swaps or some other thing to get ready to come back out. There goes Stanford. And that was 11.7 again, so just a little bit too slow. We're going to switch over to the brake test here as we have ETS go through. Sure, ETS very much wants to get onto the starting grid at the front here. Looks like that was still a little bit too slow. Driver's getting some instruction here, and we're going to see Calsol, car number 6 from the University of California, Berkeley, is going to be coming through here momentarily as well. And that is a pass from Berkeley. We will see if that means they're going to swap to a different driver or if this driver's got to go again. Okay, we're going to switch back over to slalom. Looks like ETS is doing some work, and Calsol is probably going to do a driver swap, I would expect. Over on the slalom course, it looks like we will see SIUE again. While we were gone, Delft did get their first passing run at 11.2. And here comes SIUE.
Wait, guys, let's try to get us
And that's a 10.7 from SIUE, so another pass for them. And let's see who will be next. Looks like probably Stanford. Florida Poly is doing just a drive-through here with their new driver just to get used to the course. And the next one will be the real attempt. And yep, Stanford is getting ready to go. That was 11.3 from Stanford, so that's another pass. Now we're seeing the number 5 car from the University of Florida Gators. This is the same car as last year. However, due to the change in regulations allowing 6 square meters of solar array rather than the previous 4, they redid the top portion of the car to fit in a full 6 square meters so that they can be competitive. And that was 11.4 from them, which should be a pass. We have a couple of cars that are running 4 square meters still, mostly from teams that are already planning a new car. As you see the number 30 car from Delft go by.
Sure. No hurries. I thought that's where you were going.
And let's see what Delft got here. That would be a time. That was a pass from Delft. So that's 2 passes in a row. That may mean a driver swap is in order. 7-8 car number 786 from Western Michigan is coming through. Let's see how Western Michigan did. 13 seconds. Not quite a pass. We'll keep working on that. Little narrow car. Doesn't have to move as far, but depending on the design can be a little bit of a challenge with the body roll and the car leaning. Take a little bit of practice for the drivers to get used to the feeling. And that's why we got Florida Poly doing another slow run here. I assume this is a new driver in the car, first-time driver. And it would appear number 77, the University of Toronto, is moving now. Where to, I will let you know. I hope it is to slalom. It would appear that we are having teams complete slalom first and then head to break. As expected, that Florida Poly one was fairly slow at 16 seconds. And here comes another attempt from Stanford. It looks like Toronto is doing the acceleration test first, and then they will be able to continue to the rest. Stanford has another pass there you just saw at 11.4 seconds. UC Irvine is just getting all their tire pressures and everything recorded. So once the team passes dynamics, the inspectors take a look at the inside of their car, record the tire pressures, look at the configuration, and that is the configuration they need to use at competition. So there will be spot checks on things like tire pressure or anything else that's adjustable. If teams have adjusting valves on their brakes and stuff like that. Whatever configuration they pass here, they need to pass or use during competition. If they have multiple configurations they want to use during competition, they need to pass all of them here at dynamic scrutineering. So you just saw Florida with an 11.2, and that was enough for that driver to pass. So they will be swapping driver, and here is SIUE again. Council is heading away from braking. Not sure if they are done or done for now. ETS is going for another attempt over there. That last attempt from SIUE did not register on the timing system. It was too slow for that. It looks like the Georgia Tech car is getting a bit of acceleration here. Backed up way down the back straight here to attempt the brake test here. Stanford is back over at their tent. Looks like perhaps a driver swap is happening as you see Georgia Tech coming towards us here. You can hear that big car as it does these tight slalom turns. That was 11.9 from Georgia Tech, so not quite. We have one more car joining us out here at Dynamic Scrutineering. Car number 55 from Poly Montreal, Team Esteban. So they will have to go through the figure eight and acceleration test before they can join us on the rest here as Western Michigan completes another slalom run. And ETS is also doing another brake run. Western Michigan was 12.4 on that one. So faster than the previous. Still a little bit of work to do to get to the passing mark of 11.5. Looks like we will see Florida Poly next. ETS is still working on braking here. You know, this car has passed this test. They did so at the World Solar Challenge. Perhaps they're having a new driver who's still working on this, or they've made some changes. But by getting through all the static inspections the other day, they gave themselves the time they need to get through this here. It's another slow run from Florida Poly. And now we will see number 30 car from Delft again. You can see here, as the Delft car comes in, you can kind of see that it turns right differently than it turns left, and that's because of that asymmetric design on the wheels. It has one wheel on the left side, two wheels on the right side, and the wheel on the left side is spaced kind of between the two wheels. You can think of it as kind of a sideways tricycle, or like a motorcycle with a sidecar. And now we have SIUE coming again as well. And Georgia Tech lining up for a long acceleration again. And we've got, looks like Stanford has transitioned over to brake testing. See how SIUE did there. That was 11.4, and that is their last driver. So they will be heading to brakes. The previous run from Delft was 12.9. I believe that was with a new driver, so they'll work on getting warmed up here. Looks like we're going to switch over to brake here and watch Stanford's first run. All right, here comes Stanford on the brake test. That was a fairly casual brake from Stanford. They're explaining to their driver here what they need to do. They took a first run through. And we have SIUE staged for their first run on the brake test as well. You're getting an up-close view of the Stanford car here as it passes in front of us. Told they are working on a new car for next year, the goal of World Solar Challenge. And then we will hopefully see it the following year at the 2028 Electrek American Solar Challenge. And now we're going to get our first look at SIUE's brake test as soon as they are ready to go. And ETS is appears to be heading back out for another attempt. We've just seen the SIUE car pull past, as well as another attempt from ETS. SIUE was just a practice. ETS seems to still be struggling with something here. And we are waiting on Stanford to come through here next. We can take you back to slalom here, where you will see the Utah State car. Well, you can see a static view of the Utah State car. Figure out why that camera is frozen. All right, and there is Stanford doing another brake test attempt. I think they were not going fast enough at the start of that one. And behind me, the number 77 car from Toronto has moved on to the figure 8 test. let's swap back over to the slalom as we have another attempt from the 4-passenger Georgia Tech car. You can hear this car as it comes through. You hear the tires on the pavement. And we'll see Delft coming now as well. It looks like that is an aborted run from the Delft driver there. One of the right turns where the car leans left onto that side with only one wheel. Had some challenges, and so the driver decided to take the go around there and try again next time. Western Michigan has moved on to brake testing, as we'll see the University of Florida come through here on the slalom course. There's the number 5 Florida car. And that was about 15 seconds from Florida. Not quite a pass. And next up is Florida Poly coming through again. This driver seems to still be working their way up. It's a relatively slow attempt again. Depending on the viewing angles of the car, it can be difficult to see the cones as you're coming through. This Florida Poly car is one of the taller cars, at least in the single occupant class. So that could perhaps be one of the challenges they are having. That was 15.5 seconds on the Florida Poly attempt. Georgia Tech is way back there lined up. We're going to see Delft first though. I think they bumped the cone there on this one, so that attempt won't count. But we will see what the time was anyways. But yeah, just barely hit the cone there. It was 12 seconds, so also just a tad too slow. And now we will see Georgia Tech making their way onto the slalom course. A question on how to fall the Iowa State Solar Car team as we watch Georgia Tech come through here for another attempt. If you go to our website, AmericanSolarChallenge.org, and take a look at everything we have for the 2026 events, we do have a Meet the Team page where you can learn all about their cars, and we do have all the social media links that the various teams have provided to us and told us they will be posting on during the event. I have seen Iowa State posting on Instagram and Facebook so far. Their team name is Prism, spelled with an ISU, Prisum, and so that's where you can find them. Georgia Tech, sorry, was a 11.6, so just a very small amount too slow. It looks like they'll be going again. And you just saw Florida with a 12.8. So just a little bit faster than last time, still not quite fast enough. And we'll see Florida Poly come next. Looks like Utah State is heading back to their work area. Something to work on perhaps on the car before they continue with the slalom. Western Michigan and Stanford are both also working on something in their cars. SIUE is still working on getting a passing brake test. Just saw Florida Poly complete in 13.4. So it looks like this driver still needs some more work. And we got Delft coming through again. That looks like a clean run. No cones hit. Let's see if they did it on time. I'm hearing some clapping. That usually means a pass. It was 11.7, so not quite, but much closer. If they get another one through, they'll probably pass this driver if they get one under 11.5. All right, here comes Florida. Question on what happened to Calsol. Calsol, I believe, has finished the slalom, at least for some of their drivers, and went over to brake test. They had one driver pass brake test, and then for some reason they headed back to their garage area, or their work area. I'm not quite sure why. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. And that was 11.9 from Florida, or 12.9, sorry. So still right around that 12.5 to 13 range. I got to cut 1 to 1.5 seconds off. And Florida Poly again. I believe one of the drivers has just passed brake test for SIUE. Perhaps the second driver. That was 14.3 from Florida Poly. And now we got Georgia Tech with their long acceleration line. Trying to get through here. I see that SIUE is doing a driver swap. Should mean this driver is through. And I'm not sure how many drivers they have. So just saw the Georgia Tech car come through again. Actually getting an update on Calsol. I think all of their drivers are actually through braking. So I think they are done with dynamics. Our second team done here. So they may be all green as well and cleared for the track. We'll get some confirmation here from headquarters shortly. And here comes Delft again. We're waiting on the time from Georgia Tech still. Delft made it through without hitting any cones. At 11.7, so just a smidge too slow. They just got to edge it up just a quarter second. If they can do that, I think they'll be on to their next driver here. See Florida coming through again. Hopefully we'll get Toronto out here shortly. And we're still waiting to see MIT again. Illinois still working on the car. Texas A&M still working on the car. And it looks like Esteban has headed back to their work area. So we're missing them. All right, we just saw Florida and Florida Poly go through. Florida was 12.3 and Florida Poly 13.6. We can hear the Delft car coming through, and I see Toronto joining the line for slalom. And that was a 12.2 from Delft. A little bit slower than last time. And a Georgia Tech again. And that was a pass from Georgia Tech. They are going to swap drivers and get at it again. Do require every driver to pass both slalom and braking. The figure eight is just one driver, as is the U-turn and acceleration test, as those two are more a test of the car. And these two, braking and slalom, are both a test of the car, of course, but one of the big things we care about is the driver's ability to control the car both dynamically while driving and while making a simulated emergency stop, basically. All right, Florida got 11.5. They're going to make this driver do it one more time, and then he will have passed, and they will do a driver swap. Looks like we officially have our first all-green team getting the pole position for the Formula Sun Grand Prix, which is UCI. And it sounds like our second will probably be Cal-Sol Berkeley, but we will wait and see that. Florida Poly just came through on your screen. I believe that was another slow run. They also bumped a cone. All right, here comes Delft. It's a team that certainly expects to be in contention to win the Electrek American Solar Challenge this summer, coming over from the Netherlands. But they got to get through slalom first. You can see their car sliding quite a bit there as it comes towards us. But as long as they make the turns, don't touch the cones, and make it on time, the sliding is okay here. It's the brake tests where they start to have issues. And that was 12-second flats from Delft, so they got a little bit more work to do. And now we're going to see our first run from a new car. This is the number 77 car from Blue Sky Solar Racing at the University of Toronto. I think this may be a practice run as they're approaching relatively slow. Just going to get the driver familiar with the course. Usually this is what we always have a driver do on their first drive. Maybe if it's a returning driver that's done it before, we'll just let them go for it. Toronto is historically one of the more successful North American teams, having placed top 10 several times at the World Solar Challenge. They have been here at our events in 2025 and 2024. They were not able to get the car onto the track for a significant time either year, but now they're out here at Dynamics. Seem very prepared this year, so looking forward to seeing them on the track. All right, so now we're seeing a real run from Florida. See if that was fast enough to get this guy out of the solar car. Luckily, it's not quite as warm as it has been for the past couple of days. Still quite toasty out here. And that was a almost 13, 12.8 from Florida. I'm not sure if they're going to do a driver swap or they want to see a fast one from him before he gets out. We'll take you back over to braking, just to give you a look here of the SIUE car. See them just off the right of the screen. Maybe they'll pull forward some more. Anyways, I believe they are done with the brake test now, and they are just getting some tire pressure readings, checking out this, and SIUE will be our third team done with Dynamics here. Not sure if they have other things to button up at other stations still or not, but they will be our third team done here, at least with the bottleneck that is slalom and braking. Head back over to slalom as we are looking to see who is next. There's a bunch of teams giving their drivers instructions and just waiting to see who's actually going to be ready. I do see Esteban is back out here. Car number 55 with a new car this year. Their previous car was quite successful, having won Formula Sun Grand Prix twice in 2025 and 2024, and the American Solar Challenge in 2024 as well. So I think they are looking to maintain that with this new car. Here comes, I believe, the same driver for Florida.
you, Aaron.
Yes. Thank you.
Glad I could have.
That was 11.8 from Florida.
No.
So not quite a second pass from this driver.
I'm not about to go crawling on
Can
the
you, Tyler,
take
can you come
pictures.
here in front of my right? I don't know. It's right. If you open it. I don't think that's that. Maybe. Yeah, but it's right on this. Right behind this plant. Right there.
Alright, we still got 3 cars out there getting buttoned up. Looks like Florida Poly's the first one ready to go. And they are going to go next.
I can see it at least. Okay. Yeah, just so you can't spin it. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Without getting under your car.
We did not build this for observer.
Yeah, remember I dropped the boomer alert thing on you. I have now lead over the draft about maxing things.
Someone else could have gave this.
And here is the Florida Poly car. Looks like this driver's still working their way up to
I don't care which order you go.
faster slalom. 13.3 that time.
Does that one latch, or so you can show, or at least you can have the video?
And this is Florida again coming through. I believe Western Michigan is now our next team, all green.
Western Michigan! You will not run across here with no vest. You will not run back.
You can hear they are very excited and getting a little bit of trouble here for sprinting across the dynamics area without a safety vest on. Dynamics area is treated similar to the hot pit area at the track, requiring safety vest, badges, closed-toed shoes, safety equipment if your car's out here, everything like that.
It's on the third mark. I believe it is.
And Florida just completed again at 12 seconds. And there is the Blue Sky car from Toronto. Let's see how the first real run for Toronto went. 12.7. So I got to cut second and a quarter off. And then they will be good. Easier said than done, though, as we've seen from all these runs from Delft. And they are coming through again here. I was expecting to see their other European team out here this morning. We have number 8 in Optis from Belgium. Let's see when they get out here. I'm not sure what's up with them. All right, let's see how that went from Delft. I'm hearing 11.4, but he nicked a cone. Bummer. Well, hopefully you can do it again at that time, and then I presume they will do a driver swap. Georgia Tech just came through with a new driver on a practice loop. And looks like, oh, you can just see out there the Delft car spinning out off to the right side of the screen. We will potentially get more drone footage later this afternoon. We got a lot going on here, and one guy with the drone and the video camera, so there's a lot for him to capture. The dynamics pad is also not the best place for drone footage. They've got some power lines strung across here, so I do have to be a little bit careful and only can do one area of it. But we will get drone footage on the track as well. For those that aren't familiar with Brainerd International Raceway, we will be running the 3.1 mile road course. That's their full longest road course. It is one of the fastest road courses around. No super sharp turns, especially at the end of the front straight. Is a very wide turn 1 into another long straight before turn 2. Teams will be able to go quite fast on this track. It's quite wide with generous runoff everywhere. So it'll be a nice track for solar cars. And out in the infield, where we can get our media folks access to almost the whole track for stuff. They will be bringing you drone footage of the track in the next couple of days. It looks like Delft may be heading back to the staging area here to get something sorted out here with their car. I see that Texas A&M is getting started here. They are doing, appears, U-turn and acceleration test. And we just saw another run from Toronto. That would be 11.2, and that would be their first pass on their second real run. 11.2 might be good enough for the driver to pass and for them to do a driver swap. We will see. I do see the Delft team bring quite a few people over to the car after that spin out. We will see when we get them back out here. We got Illinois still working on the car, MIT still working on the car, and Esteban still working on the car. Delft is completely out of the area, heading back to their work zone on their car. So I think they're going to give it a look over after that spin out, and hopefully we'll be back. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech is getting set up for their long run-up. Florida Poly just finished another run. That was 12.1, so they are inching ever closer to a pass here. Over in the braking area, we've got Stanford still working on it, and we're expecting to see ETS back at some point, but they have also left to go work on something. Let me check in on our start order. I know that UCI has been confirmed in pole position. They will be spot 1 on the starting grid tomorrow. Let's see if we've got anybody else confirmed here. All right, we are still waiting for some confirmation here. And we're seeing Toronto again, I believe with the same driver. If this is a pass, I would assume they are going to swap out for the next driver. Looks like that was good from Toronto. So we'll see if they get somebody else in the car now. Alright, we're going to go get some updates from the rest of the teams around here and see what we're expecting. They got just Stanford at brakes now. And on the slalom we have Georgia Tech, Florida, Florida Poly, and Toronto. Texas A&M has left the dynamics area. So has Delft, so has ETS. And haven't seen much movement from Esteban, MIT, and Illinois yet at this point. But now we got Georgia Tech. I think this is going to be too slow. It's the second run by the new driver, so still potentially a practice run. I got 4 people in that big car, so a lot of weight on those solar car parts. Running the same tires as everybody else. Bridgestone solar car tires. And those I think were mostly designed for the single occupant vehicles in mind at least. And they're definitely pushing them towards the limits on these bigger MOVs. Sounds like Esteban is just buttoning up the car, and we'll need to first do the figure 8 and the U-turn test, and then they will be able to come to slalom once they complete those. Another run from Florida Poly. I don't currently have the times from you, so my roving reporter, our social media person, Tara, is off to go check in on some of the teams that are not here. So we're going to get an update on what happened with Delft, figure out where Anoptis is, figure out when we might see ETS again, and check in on who is all green and qualified for the Formula Sun Grand Prix. We know for sure that UC Irvine is the first team all through. Waiting to confirm whether Cal Sol and SIUE are fully clear and Western Michigan. So I have actually just got confirmation that position number 2 will be car number 6, Calsol from Berkeley, and car number 3 will be Western Michigan. So tomorrow our front 3 is UCI, Berkeley, and Western Michigan. I'm hearing that MIT is about to head back out here for slalom, and Illinois is getting ready for figure 8. All right, it seems Florida Poly has actually finished the slalom and is moving on to brake testing. So while Georgia Tech is lining up, we'll see if Florida Poly is ready to start here. We may switch you over to see their brake test here. Florida is doing that driver swap, and it appears Toronto is as well. So we'll see new drivers coming through for them next. Well, I guess we spoke too soon on Poly Montreal. It seems that they are pushing their car back to their work area. Hopefully we see them back out here soon. It looks like it's going to be a minute before either the slalom or brake test are running again. I'm going to take a quick break and put on some sunscreen here in sunny Brainerd, Minnesota. Had a couple of rain showers come through yesterday evening and overnight. Nice and sunny today. And I will be back in just one moment. Alright, you're seeing a couple of cars come through. And we've got MIT back out here lined up ready to go. I believe that was another practice run for a new driver from Georgia Tech, and same from Toronto before them. And now they've got a couple teams on the pole position, or on the start grid confirmed. I got that up on screen for you too. Still waiting for Florida Poly to get started on their brake testing here. But at least we got MIT coming through slalom now. Hear that ETS is still back working on some brakes at their workspace. And here comes Toronto again. I think that's the first full speed run with a new driver. It looks like that run went okay with MIT after a short stop at their tent. They are getting back in line. They're happy with whatever they did to the car. Gonna get back out there. And there comes MIT again. That one appears to have been a little bit too slow. But after their issue earlier, I assume they're just working back up to full speed. All right, here comes Toronto. Much faster run. I am pretty sure that one will be a pass. And we've got ETS pulling back out to brake testing. We may switch you over to brake testing here in 1 second. Looks like they're getting set up for Florida Poly's first run. Alright, here comes Florida Poly. Let's get switched over there. Here we are, Florida Poly coming across the screen into the wet braking area. They've reached the required speed and brake. Sounds like that was just marginally not fast enough, so they will go back and attempt it again. Each driver is required to demonstrate they can pass this 2 out of 3 times, so not once now and once in 4 hours, but 2 out of 3 in a row. And ETS is back, so it looks like we will see them very shortly. Alright, ETS is on the move. Here we go. And they've reached the required speed. Alright, there's a pass from ETS. So this driver will have to do it again. And I believe none of their drivers have passed yet, so they're going to have to get the other drivers in and do it again. So it seems like they've resolved whatever they had that was keeping their brakes a little bit too slow. And we got Florida Poly coming again. Oh, and not sure if that's quite on screen. Off to the left, it seems the canopy popped open. So they're gonna send some folks out to get that taken care of before they continue. So we can switch back to slalom while they do that. We got Georgia Tech coming in for another attempt. This time at full speed. And on that third turn, they got quite a bit of fishtailing, so it appears that they decided to abort this run, and will do a go around for another attempt. Here, MIT will be the next one we see. All right, looks like ETS off screen just had a one more run that was very marginal, so they're going to send the driver around one more time, get another good run, and they'll be good. And there you're seeing the Florida car continuing on the slalom course. And here comes MIT. Comes MIT pass. It appears that one was a little bit too slow, but getting closer. We're going to switch you back to ETS and see if they can get through on this brake test here. On the right side of your screen, you can see that Western Michigan is officially here in third position, or officially earned third start position for FSGP. Alright, sounds like that driver is through for ETS. Perhaps they need to get another one in. Yeah, they're going to pull over to the side here and get something changed out here. Florida Poly seems to be getting all buttoned back up to continue brake testing. And it looks like ETS is getting another guy in and swapping out the ballast. If you're not familiar with solar car racing, we do require all the drivers, and for MOVs, the passengers, to be ballasted to the same weight, which is 80 kilograms, or approximately 170 pounds. And that reduces the incentive for drivers to, or for teams to select the smallest possible drivers, or for drivers to, be cutting weight too much, or anything like that. Every driver is weighed 80 kg, and we have a defined area, driver compartment size that should fit. I believe it's a 50 percentile male, so you don't need to go searching for the smallest possible people, and you don't get an advantage from finding 3 tiny people and building your car just right around their size. You do have to fit the same size compartment as everybody else, and your driver will weigh the same as everybody else's driver. So we're about to see, looks like it's going to be Florida Poly next through the brake test, car number 79. And ETS is getting their second driver in the car, and we'll be back to brake test with him next. Appears that all our other teams have left the dynamics area. Illinois, Texas A&M, App State, Esteban are all gone. It's just these 2 on brakes, and we've got 4 on slalom, as well as Stanford getting ready to come to brakes with a new driver, I believe. So here comes Florida Poly. And they've reached speed. Flag drop. See the tires lock up. Just not necessarily good. Sounds like that was just a little bit too slow from Florida Poly. So they'll go around and attempt again. And now we're going to see the first attempt from the next ETS driver. Team number 92 from Montreal. 2 teams here from Montreal. I understand that their workshops are very close to each other. You got one SOV ETS with single occupant car, and their neighbor down the street from Poly Montreal builds 2-seater car. Got quite a few teams from outside the United States this year. Of course, we also have quite a few teams from inside the United States. This is a record number of cars that have arrived at the track, which is 39. Breaking last year's record, or perhaps 2 years ago record, of 34. There's another attempt from ETS with the new driver. I don't believe he was quite going fast enough. I'm going to just give him some instructions and send him around again. It appears that Toronto is doing another driver swap, and Georgia Tech may be swapping out some passengers. First real attempt from Florida Poly driver there is not quite fast enough, so he's going to be sent around, I guess told to press the brake pedal a little bit harder. Of course, you don't want the tires to slide. Once the tires lock up, you have less friction. Here comes ETS again, flag drop. And I think he realized that he didn't stop fast enough, and didn't actually stop till now. So gonna send him back again and tell him that he needs to stop all the way. May take a break here on the live stream shortly if we don't get any more teams out here. Hopefully we see quite a few more this afternoon, and we'll try to bring it back to you right now, or try to bring it back to you at that time once we have them. Just going to check in on who else we're missing out here. Looks like we could have Texas A&M, Poly Montreal, Utah State, Waterloo, App State, Illinois, UT Austin, and of course Delft and Stanford both went back to fix things. That was another attempt from Florida Poly. I think that one was closer, so he's getting there. All right, here comes ETS. They are at speed. Flag drop. It still hasn't stopped all the way. It's got to stop all the way, or the stopwatch never stops. There, he stopped all the way. That's not going to be a pass, though. They're being asked to go have a talk with the driver and make sure that they understand the requirements here. Alright, looks like we got one more team on their way out. Looks like Delft is on their way back. So we will see the number 30 car back at Slalom. I see the car on its way, as well as a big group of team members. And the University of Florida, car number 5, has finished Slalom and are now in the braking line. So we will see them after one more from Florida Poly. Just got to get the pavement a little bit more wet here. The warm sun is drying it out. Over on the slalom course, we got MIT, looks like doing some people swaps. Not sure if it's drivers and or passengers. We've got Georgia Tech taking quite the run up. And we've got Toronto, looks like ready to go for their next run now, I think with a new driver. But here comes Florida Poly on our braking course. Alright, that one was marginal. This is all done with flag, radar gun, stopwatch. So marginal ones, hard to know exactly if it was technically a pass or a fail. But usually they'll want one clear pass. And as I've said, you need to get 2 out of 3. So one clear pass and one marginal will usually get through. It kind of depends on how the rest of your runs have been. See if we can get you a slightly better angle here on Florida's first run. Brake test, maybe get the flag in view in just a second. Delft is heading back out to Slalom. Alright, there's a first run from Florida. I believe they weren't quite going fast enough. First run is get them where they need to go, get them comfortable, and we'll have a real attempt now. Alright, now you should be able to see the red flag, which is currently up to tell the ETS driver they need to go faster. And now it's dropped horizontal. They've met the 30-mile-per-hour required speed, and the flag dropped to tell them to stop. And that time he stopped all the way, and he passed. So we'll see if they make this driver do it again, or if they're going to swap in another driver. It sounds like, looks like ETS is stopping here. Appears that actually that may have been their last driver. And so they're going to get tire pressures checked on the car, take a look at anything that's adjustable inside the car, and that will be a wrap for them. Let's see the next run here from Florida Poly, and then let's see if they're going to get started, if they're ready to go. All right, flags up. They're at speed. Flag dropped. And that was another marginal one. I think they really want to see one clear pass. Let's see. Yeah, they're sending back around. Meanwhile, you may have heard in the background a car go by on the slalom. That was Delft doing a practice run. We'll switch over there in a minute to see Georgia Tech, them, and Toronto. Let's see if we can see this Florida run first on the break. All right, here comes number 5 car from the Florida Gators. You can see the car turn just a little bit as it stops, but if the judgment of the scrutineers is that the driver was in full control while doing so, that is okay to a small extent like that. Let's switch over to slalom as we got the Georgia Tech car coming. Here comes the big Georgia Tech car. I think that one was too slow from Georgia Tech. And now we will see Delft. Over on the brake side, we've got ETS and Florida, both pulled over here, checking in on their cars. ETS may be waiting for someone to bring the equipment needed to measure their tire pressure and everything. Florida is giving their driver some instructions, and Florida Poly is heading somewhere. We've got a few new cars that have pulled in, or a few returning cars that have pulled in behind me. MIT is back, and I've got my first view of the number 8 car from the Belgians, Team Anoptis. So they're out here. I believe they have to do vision checks before they can get here, as well as the figure 8. Toronto is perhaps doing brakes next. They may have finished the slalom there, that last run. And we got one more car. UT Austin has pulled in as well. UT Austin should be clear to start at least figure 8, if not, if they haven't done it already. Figure 8 was available yesterday, 2 teams. Not sure how many of them got through it. When we started this morning, had a bunch of teams ready for slalom right away. They all finished it yesterday. Looks like our slalom course is getting a couple things all set back up. And the loud noise you just heard was ETS's wheel coming off, so that they can measure the tire pressure. Solar car rims are not always the most practical. They have to, 1, take the wheel off, 2, install a valve stem, and then they can measure the pressure. Wouldn't want that on your car. See if I can get an update on some of the teams that are not out here yet. We haven't had anybody else cleared for scrutineering for dynamics since Texas A&M, and that was a couple hours ago. Quite a few teams getting close to getting out here. Illinois State being one of them. There comes wheel goes back on for ETS. Virginia Tech is getting close. Principia, UT Arlington. As we see the Delft car coming by. What else are we waiting on here? UT Austin is on their way out. Washington is pretty close. They got one station with a red still. Wisconsin's missing one station and a red and electrical station. University of the Pacific is waiting on 2 stations plus 1 red to fix. Our home state team from the University of Minnesota is got 3 stations to do and 2 reds to fix. And we got a good chunk of teams with quite a number of stations to go. All right, we got Florida Poly and apparently Toronto heading to breaks. And we've got Delft and Georgia Tech on slalom. And ETS just getting one more tire pressure check, and they will be out of here. Here comes another attempt from Delft. behind me I can see that the Inoptis car is going through vision tests, which tells me they do still need to do the figure eight before we will see them on slalom or braking. Right now Georgia Tech is lining up for the slalom. All right, here comes Georgia Tech again. This one's looking much faster. They lost quite a bit of speed. Looks like they may have bumped one of the cones. So they may have slowed down after they did that. And now we're going to see Delft again. As soon as they, I guess, get the driver back in the car. Looks like the App State car is also now back in the dynamics area. So hopefully we see them on slalom soon. Toronto is giving the driver some instructions before heading back out to brake testing. Alright, Toronto's on their way back out. We may take you over to brake testing while we wait for Delft to be ready, and Georgia Tech may be doing another passenger swap. And Stanford car is on its way back out as well. Alright, let's take you back to brake testing. Yeah, it looks like neither of our slalom teams are ready to go. So we will take you back to brake testing, and we will see Toronto first. Alright, here comes the Toronto car.
It's plugged into the headphone.
Flag drop. And that one was not quite fast enough. Alright, here comes an attempt from Stanford. Flag is up. Flag's horizontal and drop. Quick stop. That is a pass from Stanford. I think they'll need this driver to go do it again. Alright, we're going to take you back over to the slalom, where we've got Delft first and App State second. Alright, here comes the Delft car. They just clipped a cone there on the left side. The asymmetricness of the car does seem to be fairly challenging for the drivers here on this slalom test. Got one more car that's made their way back to the dynamics area, and that's car number 24 from the University of Waterloo, another one of our Canadian teams. And we're actually going to see Georgia Tech here before App State. Here comes the Georgia Tech car, coming into this time quite fast. See if they can get a pass. Now we're going to see App State come through for the first time for real since they got back out here. They did one practice loop. Just clipped a cone on the right side there. Speed looks reasonable from here, but they clipped the cone, so that's not going to count. And here comes Delft once again. Let me see if we can get someone to turn this camera for you. Just one moment. Now may be a good time while Georgia Tech is getting their long run up. So let me switch you over to the brake camera. You will see Toronto and Florida Poly running out here. We'll be back in 1 second. Alright, while you were watching there, you saw the first pass for Toronto. So they got a passing brake test run. And behind us we got both the first pass for App State and finally for Delft, one of the passes for their first pass for one of their drivers. So looks like we're watering down the brake pad. Let's switch over to the view of the slalom. And let's hope that's a little bit better view for you. Oh, 1 second, that's a worse view. You can see the App State car up close. Okay, there we go. Looks like Delft will be the next through, and Waterloo has joined them here. See team number 24 from the University of Waterloo. They should be getting their driver a briefing here on slalom. But now we can see the Delft team coming through. And we will find out if that was a pass or not. If it was, I think they will get the second driver into the car. And here comes the first attempt from the Waterloo car. And here will come App State again. Georgia Tech appears to be pulling into their work area over here. We'll see if that's a temporary thing or if it might be longer. Inoptis is still working on, looks like rear vision now. And we've got MIT, Stanford, and it appears UT Austin behind them. App State's just finished another run. And looks like that was not quite fast enough. So they're going to do another one. Here comes Delft again. on, they just clipped the last cone on the left side. Otherwise, that looked like it could have been fast enough, but he just clipped that one cone on the left side. If you weren't watching earlier, you'll have seen that. You'll have missed that Delft has been struggling with this for a little while. Seems like design of their car is fairly challenging for the drivers to control on this test. And they did spin out earlier, spent some time back at their work area getting the car back up to in good condition and ready to come back. Came back, I think the second run after they came back passed, as we see Waterloo coming through again. But I think they got to get the driver to do it one more time. Then they'll swap in a new driver. I think still a little slow from Waterloo. So they're working on getting up to speed. Over on the brake test side, looks like it's just Toronto now. Florida Poly may have finished the brake test. I believe they are completely finished, as is ETS. And Stanford's back at the garage, or back at the work area. Looks like Waterloo's taking a pit stop here too before they loop back around. So next up we'll see App State. It looks like something didn't feel right to the driver, so they aborted that run partway through. So they will loop around. Can kind of afford to do that right now, as they getting so many runs in here. I think Stanford car? Yeah, Stanford is heading back out to brakes. Here comes Delft again. Both those fins up. And that, I believe, is the second pass for that driver. So I assume they will swap in the next driver now. We'll let you know once we see. Here comes the App State car again. And Delft is doing a driver swap, it would appear, to get their next driver through. I think that was a pass from App State. I think Inoptis has finished all their vision checks and are going to be doing the figure eight. And then we should see them out here. And right behind them is UT Austin, the other UTA, car number 80, doing their vision checks. And then they will have to do figure eight, and then we could see them out here. I'm not sure the status of number 33 UT Arlington at this time. We'll see if we can get you an update. According to what I have online, they need to do their battery inspection still before they get out here, as well as the drivers have to pass egress. So it looks like Delft is actually moving on to braking first. So we'll see how that goes as we see App State coming through again on the slalom. And we may bring you over to see Stanford and Delft in a minute. All right, we're going to switch over to brake testing. App State is swapping out the people inside their car after a couple of passes. First team you're going to see here is Stanford. That one was too slow. They're going around. Once again, at the brake test, the required deceleration is about 4.7 meters per second squared. For our purposes here, that roughly works out to 1 second for every 10 miles per hour you are going. So at 30 miles per hour, you have 3 seconds to stop. Each driver is required to demonstrate their ability to complete this stop of the vehicle, and they must do it 2 out of 3 consecutive times. And now I got the Delft car coming in, getting up to speed. At speed, and flag drop. See a little bit of spin there. That can be okay as long as they remain in control. Sounds like that one was a pass. So no struggles on the braking test really for Delft like they had on slalom. So maybe they'll get through this quick and get all qualified. So the first one from this driver was just a little too slow. This one was a pass, so one more pass and they'll swap them out. Stanford's heading back out for another one. Looks like Toronto may be leaving. Got a whole group of cars behind me working on something. Got, UT Austin is doing the vision testing. I'm not sure what MIT, Georgia Tech, Waterloo, and App State are doing. And we're going to see Delft again here. Got a little better camera angle here. That was a bit more spin there. So if the time was good, we'll have to see if they're happy with the level of control. I think they're having a little bit of discussion with the team about that rotation during the braking. Of course, this car has 2 wheels on the right side and 1 wheel on the left side. So that can make it a bit challenging, I assume, to keep the braking nice and straight. All right, it seems like Delft has passed their first driver in the opinion of the inspector staff. So They are doing a driver swap here on the right side of your screen. And then we'll see Stanford next. MIT is back out here, headed to slalom, it looks like. Just getting everything, all the pavement wetted down before Stanford comes through again. Just noticed on the right side of the screen there, we got a fourth team on our starting grid for tomorrow at the Formula Sun Grand Prix. It looks like ETS has claimed spot number 4 behind UC Irvine, Castle, and Western Michigan. All right, here comes Stanford. There's a nice smooth stop from Stanford. And Delft is closing the car back up. And App State is in line here for braking now. So I think we will see them next. Stanford is going around, do it again with this driver. All right, Delft is getting back in line next. So we got App State, Stanford, and Delft. And now we are waiting on App State to be ready. All right, here comes App State. Here they come for real. You can see them coming onto the right side of the screen. Looks like that was not quite a hard enough break from App State. App State may be heading back to, looks like they're getting back in line. We have a question about the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix, which is our 3-day, 24-hour track event. Solar cars will be on track tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, 8 hours each day. 10 to 6 tomorrow, and 9 to 5 on Wednesday and Thursday here in Brainerd, Minnesota at the Brainerd International Raceway. The format is most lap wins for the single occupant cars. However, of course, this year serves as our qualifier for the American Solar Challenge. So we see Stanford coming in for another brake test. It's again nice and smooth from Stanford. And that is a pass for that driver. So they're going to go do it again. So in the format of qualifier, there's a minimum number of laps a team needs to achieve on the track here in order to qualify for the Electrek American Solar Challenge and to get onto the road. That number, they have two options. One of them is a number of laps in 1 day, and one is in 2 days. As we see Delft come in, this time with no fins. I assume they wanted to see how the car stops in all the configurations to ensure the driver can safely stop regardless of vehicle configuration. Sounds like that one was close, but not quite good enough. So they'll send him around again. As I was saying, to qualify for the American Solar Challenge, there's two methods. You can either accomplish 200 miles in 1 day at this track that is about, I think, 64 miles. Or 64 laps, sorry. They're 3.1 miles each, somewhere in the mid to high 60s there. Or you can accomplish 300 miles over 2 days, as we see App State come in again. Sounds like that was marginal pass from App State. They're going to send him to do it again. And so over 2 days, a team can accomplish just under 100 laps, 97 laps to get to 300 miles. They will then qualify for the American Solar Challenge through that method as well. Any 2 consecutive days, so Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday. In terms of winning FSGP, it's just most laps for SOVs. So they got 24 hours. As we see Stanford once again. That one's a little too slow from Stanford. In our multi-occupant class, solar cars are scored based on 2 factors at FSGP. 50% of their score comes from the number of laps or number of miles completed, and 50% of their score is optimization, which comes from person miles, which is the number of people in the car or the average occupancy times the number of miles completed, and then that's divided by the amount of external energy they use, which is both their battery at the start of the event and any meter charging they do during the event. So that was a pass from this new Delft driver and with their car in a new config with no fin. And so that was one pass. Send him around to do it again. If he passes again, we'll move on to the next driver, assuming they have more than two. We'll see how many laps teams do this year. It's our first time at this track. So the factors in the number of laps a solar car can do, other than weather obviously and the sun, also depends on the banking, hills, how tight the turns are, how much acceleration they need to do and braking to do on the track. All these factor into ultimately the efficiency that you're able to achieve, and thus how many laps you can finish. It's also this year, because we have the American Solar Challenge right after FSGP, some teams may qualify for ASC and then decide they are happy with that and move on to getting ready for ASC instead of really trying to win FSGP. See Stanford coming in. Nice quick smooth stop from Stanford there. Okay, that was another pass from Stanford. Just send him around this driver one more time. Question about the Siemens Challenge, previously known as the Altair Challenge for the last several years, prior to Altair being acquired by Siemens. See Delft come in here again. That was a nice smooth one from the Delft car. I think that was another pass. I'm going to go again. So the Siemens Challenge is a 3-day design competition that started today. And each team that is here at the track and fully competing is allowed to compete in this challenge in parallel. So up to 2 team members, at least at a time. I believe they can rotate team members throughout the day, but 2 at a time are working on a design optimization challenge related to solar car designed by Siemens. I haven't heard what this year's is. Last year, the last 2 competitions, one of them was a roll cage competition and one of them was suspension. You see App State again. So at the Siemens Challenge, the teams compete within the parameters set by Siemens to design or optimize a part of a solar vehicle. So this is relevant to what some of them have already done, some of them having used this software in the design of their car. So Siemens will give them a project with some constraints, and the goal is to make something that is, 1, regulations compliant at the American Solar Challenge, complies with any other constraints that they felt necessary for the sake of the design composition, and results in a combination of the most lightweight, most effective, and most manufacturable or cost-effective solution. So based on those categories, one team will win $10,000 from Siemens as a sponsorship. They also tend to give out runner-up awards. For example, last year they gave an award for the team that had the most manufacturable design. They may also give awards for, I think, most creative one year, and typically those will come some nice tools or other supplies for your solar car team as well. So that will be awarded, I believe, at our Formula Sun Grand Prix award ceremony on Thursday night. Had a couple different teams win that competition, so we'll see who wins Siemens Challenge this year. Not quite fast enough from Delft. Wait to see what's going on here. It looks like we will see App State next, and Stanford behind them. Okay, looks like Delft actually misunderstood that was a pass. They're completely done with braking now, so they are going to head to have their car inspected with the configuration they finished brakes in. So they'll open it up, measure the tire pressure and stuff like that before they head to whatever else they have left to finish before they get cleared for the track tomorrow. Appear that things are quieting down here at Dynamics in the meantime, so we may take a break here from the live stream. Hoping to see a lot more teams out here this evening. I know we got several teams over at the figure 8 test trying to get through that before they can come out here. Should include UT Austin and Inoptis. Hopefully a few others. And now we got App State in line for break with Stanford. We got MIT and Waterloo working on their cars before doing slalom. And same with Georgia Tech. And that is all we got out here right now. So I think I'm gonna go take a lunch break and ready to come back out here later tonight when we get a little bit busy. Let's see if we can get one more run here from App State. Okay. Alright, flag is up. Ready for App State. Here comes App State. Flag is up. They're at speed. Flag drop. We'll switch to the wider camera angle here. Hey, you can see the App State car. Owen was a little bit too slow, so they'll get sent back around. We are going to call it for now. The best way to keep up the rest of the day is on our social media. Find us on Facebook at American Solar Challenge. Same on Instagram. And of course, you can visit our website at americansolarchallenge.org to see the latest updates from the event and track the status of your favorite team as they're trying to get out here to Dynamics. We got 4 teams cleared for tomorrow, and we sure hope to see a lot more. So hopefully Dynamics gets busy again this evening. If you watch on our Facebook and our Instagram, we will let you know if we're going live again, and then you can see hopefully a lot more cars out here braking and slaloming. Thank you for joining us here. This has been Dynamic Scrutineering at the Electrek Formula Sun Grand Prix 2026. And we will see you back tonight or tomorrow for the start line.